Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected.
Fixer
I'm about to
Bot
go
says.
live, you know what I mean.
Welcome.
Got high
Stream starts in 5 minutes.
expectations. Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. All knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T-minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations. Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. All knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream, where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected. I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got
Stream about to
high
start. 1 minute left.
expectations. Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. Unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries. All knowledge will
Gumby Supreme Overlord says.
How are you doing, Miss Fixit?
where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge,
Fixit says.
Cough, cough, D.
You? Smile, smile. Gumbuthy Supreme Overlord says.
Right, that.
In okay.
Bad mic.
Translated from German.
Good, good. Yes, I'm still not. I'm still a bit sick. Uh, so let's try not to cough all the time, right? So yesterday I kind of continued a bit, right? So I was checking out the Go routines. Let's hop to our code. I didn't even open that. So I do have a problem because I was checking out making a web server and I got it working with the NetHTTP, but an example used this and I can't install it. So I almost put like help me with Go on there, but I was like, well, I'm gonna like ask one question and then continue, right?
You need a hot tatty for that cough.
So I got some throat thingies here. But it's probably that I'm starting to talk too. So hopefully I will get better. At least I made a hydrate redeem, right? I should have a go grab some tea redeem. let's actually do that for fun. uh, you can tell me, okay, it's too bad. You have to go grab some tea. So what I didn't do for the last one with the hydrate, I didn't actually put it in chat or anything.
Dylan Kaiser says. Another Golang developer. Badass. Also hi.
Yeah, well, I'm just starting, so let's do this. Or should I just skip it? I grab
Golang.
some
Translated
tea.
from Dutch. I hate this phone.
Why don't you turn off that auto thingy? I always do. Commands. Oh, I started the command. Ah, that's the wrong thing. We should be here. Oops. Go grab some tea.
Gumbuthy Supreme Overlord says.
Hot tea with lemon and honey and whiskey in it works great.
Oh, without the whiskey then, but I don't think we have lemon either. Yeah, it doesn't need any like. Let's. I don't remember this even. How do you make one? Let's make a new action. Where have I got the redeems? Oh, I put it at like 1, right? I was gonna put a bit more, so it's actually not something you do like every second. So add I grab some tea. Yep. And reward. You grab some tea. And there's a stupid copy sub action that you have to do. You can't just Control C these. Let's see here. Paste. And I don't think you should say lockpicking, right? You should say well, I'm not more funny than that today. I also didn't make one. Let's actually copy this one. Duplicate. Hydrate. So as I have the TTS, it will read the messages for me, so I don't need to do anything
What are you
special.
going to be hacking on today?
We're going to Massive Go. We're going to continue making a port scanner and probably something else. Whatever we can think of that's like good, simple projects, or maybe not so simple. I don't know. We're just about to add some multitasking to it, so it can be quicker in scanning the ports. It's not like we're replacing Nmap or anything. It's just for learning. But if you have an actual thing that we could do that's useful, not just duplicating something that we'll never reach, I was actually thinking to make some kind of like word using a word list for things. Those are not perfect, any of them, and there are like a lot of them, and none have all the things. So GoBuster is just going one level. It's not, recursive. And FerrexBuster has very odd bugs. And they all have something that's odd. So maybe we could make one of those. That could be fun.
Whatever you want is perfectly fine with me, hee hee.
Yeah, but here I want ideas. Give me suggestions. What should we do? Or something totally new. Invent Tetris. I mean, in hacking. Something new that's never been done before. So hacking hydrates, I should say. Mm. And all of these should have like animations too. Um, like the robot arm should have some cool robot, and the move it actually have videos I could use, but I haven't done it yet. But today is not like OBS setting up stream, so we're gonna go. There, it should work now. Well, let's just try it. Nothing.
Let's make an AI bot to take over the world, hee hee.
Oh, okay, that's a good suggestion. So how come my hydrate didn't get this one? Because it didn't change this. Okay, good. That's good. That's why we test stuff. So let's redeem it again.
Fixerbot says.
Hydrate. Hydrate. Hydrate.
That voice, it didn't sound very fun, right? We could mess with the spelling. Let's also try the grab some tea.
Go grab some tea.
Yeah, I should have like who redeemed it and stuff in these. So what's my move it one? Oh, because it's several ones. Yeah, so I have a lot of ones running the same. And this one is this is the last thing we do before we go. So robot arm is just 500. Let's put it on 1,000 at least, right? So you can't just hop into stream and do it. Not that I really, that's why I had it low, but the last few times it's been when I've just had a raid and there's lots of new people and they're just curious about all of those, and instead of showing what I actually am doing on stream, we do that instead. So 1,000, I think it's, then you have been here like for a little bit at least. That's good. Let's see if I can not cough. So how do you currently install this? Because all the guides, they say that you do go. Actually, we can use a PowerShell prompt instead. And so I think it's just go. So here we have all the go stuff. It's in my notes. I synced it just before for stream, so it's updated. GitHub to find the notes. So what I'm having problems with is go. Right. So let's do go run. Go run HTTP server. And then it says no required module provides package. GitHub com Gorilla Mux. I don't know what a go.mod file is. Let's do go help modules as a suggestion. Modules are a collection of packages. And I'm going to try and read less to save my voice. Create module. Referencing modules. And default download proxygolan.org. So let's actually hop over here and let's hop to this modules reference. Go mod files. Yeah, it mentioned that. I'm curious. What is a mod file? Okay. This is the modules themselves, which I could have guessed from the name, right? And we don't need to know how to make one yet. So the way I have found, most people say get, right? And get is deprecated, so we need to use go install. And I've searched trying to make it find stuff that's 1 year old, and even in 2024 I found hits with that. I think was done with that. So this search here is for the specific one we want to run. And let's put like past month. So they don't usually say in these how to do the installation of the module, so we could just skip this. I just want to learn this thing anyway, you know. This is a part of learning Go. So we have a module for the first time that is not by default. So here again we have get, and if we run this, now we actually have another path in this one. Let's try this and run it in our machine. So go get is no longer supported outside a module. Use go install to build and install a command. Anyway, the get doesn't seem to work, even if I do like not much of it. No longer supported. So what they suggest doesn't seem to work. So we could try in a separate directory, because Go misbehaves because I have a git here. So what if we go, let's open a new window, and let's go GUI and copy this. So let's copy Go to the root of H, right? Oh, I so forget not to do ls LA. So let's do the same thing here. No paste. I'll copy it again. So now we're not within a get. We're just in a basic place. And we get the same error message. So what if we go run HTTP server? We get the same problem, right? So it's not specific to our case here within the big public Git. So let's hop over here, and I'm actually going to not care about this one right now, because this is a much more complex thing than what we're currently at. And I got the normal HTTP server to work fine, so let's actually undo the changes. Can it undo? No. Well, I remember what's changed. So let's comment. I should have copied before I commented, right? HTTP. So you can see this is quite cool. And the null is nil, I learned. And this is just squiggly because I have several mains in the same Git, and it's going a bit mad on that. So let's see now if I got it all. So we need to I do this every time I test started, which is a bit annoying, but I guess. So here we have one of the URLs. So it's not very fun to just refresh. So let's actually type here now. Articles. And then we got the JSON here. So these are these. Just welcome to the home page, and this one is doing set content type application JSON. So we get this. If we were to comment this one, we would just get a text and the data from the articles, which is for now not a database but just a type article, and we just fill in some data here. And this is from a YouTube video, and also they have an article on it. But now let's go back to this. So we were actually doing this, and when I stopped streaming yesterday, I kind of continued still. Let's see. Yeah, so here we had, here we have a scan, run scan. Okay, because I'm not in the right directory, so we need to go there first. So cd for cd go, and now we can run this. I could also F5, but then I can't give it the parameters here. So what I started looking at, let's make it do the scan, but I can go through this again. So first of all, we have a verbose option that we have not added to the command line. Then we have, so we have this scan port function, and it just make an address string here first, and then it does the net.dial. We started with that dial timeout was the name of it, but then it didn't find all the things. So now it found port 22 is open. And we can do another machine. Right, we should have the other one running while we do this. So we can see that we have this port open, right? And let's put it at another port. 4, 5, 6, 7. And it's still running. Oh, it's this that was running. That's stupid of me. I think it might not be. It might have been this though. So when I hop between these, we still see this, right? Yeah. Yeah, so this is still going because I started it on the terminal, not in the debug mode with these. So if we were to do run on localhost now, we would find, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's not scan all the ports. That would take forever. And then we're going to make it quicker, right? That's the next thing. Anyway, we have default values. 0 to 100 is default there, and I just save as arguments the length of this -1, as it will count the actual name of it, making it 4 when it's 3 arguments. So if we don't have any arguments, meaning it would have been 1 for the length, then we give this, and then it's just for 1 argument. This will be the host, just making sure that it exists before we read it, right? And host equals, and if this was the only thing given, it will do the first 100 by default. So that's the default. It found 53 and 80 here too. So if argument is 2 or more, we have the start port too, and then we calculate this 100 starting at this point. That's what this thing does here, and it also checks so it doesn't go over the top port. So this is just for the stop port. So it's not really that important. It's just sounded logical. Then it can't make this an int. Here the string conversion. If it fail, if we type like letters here instead of 20. So let's start this one again on localhost this time. First of all, I'm going to test with localhost and see if this can do that. So scan completed in open port. So obviously there's a problem using localhost. It needs to be an IP address here. 127.0.0.1. So we'll add that later. No, it might not have been that then. So we can't do this with ourselves. Interesting. So I happen to know this is 192.168.0.61. So if we use our actual, obviously not that. So to continue with the code, we check again, and we do an ASCII to integer conversion here of the third argument, ed. And if there are no errors, if errors is null, we set the stop port to this temp int, and yeah, we get an error if it's an error. So now I'm curious to see errors from this. We have an error here for this. So we should be getting an error, right? But only if we have verbose. So let's put verbose to true. And then run it with localhost and see what happens. Because we're not getting any information. So the local scan here, I did 20 to 80, and actually let's abort this because it won't give us this one that we have open. So 4, 5, 6, 7. We can use quite a narrow one. So 4, 5, 6, 5. 4, 5, 6. Let's do 7, 0. So 60 to 70. Right? Oh gosh. That was a mistake. I was going to Control S this, not down here. So I have made a change, so we have verbose true now, so we will get output for every line. Meaning the error that it gets, no connection could be made because the target machine actively refused it. So we should get to, oh, wait here. Oh right, I'm not using the numbers I get here yet. So we can see here what port it's testing, and it's not the one that we wanted. So let's actually abort that and actually use the numbers because I just added them. So in our loop here, we're still going from 0 to 100, but this is of course supposed to be start port, and this is supposed to be stop port. So now we just run it again, and I'm going to run it with arguments again. Now we should see these being the actual numbers it should be. So now we have 45, 60. Hi,
Go grab some tea.
thank you. I think I need it, right? You're first one who redeemed it. I just made it. So here we can see that this port that we started the HTTP server on is open. Quite nice to have a test running like that. Let's now see what error do we get when we run it as localhost, and then I'll grab the tea. Thank you. I think I need it. So let's try localhost first. No connection could be made because the target machine actively refused it. So it can't really do this. The IP address is like that. So here we have just a number. Here we have like odd. So is it the same then with 127? This should be a normal IP. Yeah. So it just quickly says this doesn't work for some reason. 20. So let's combine that with this. So let's grab that and paste this here. That's just to make it quick. So it's not actually a problem when we use the numbers. It's just extremely quick as it's a local machine. But when we use the external IP, here, when we use its external normal IP, not 127 localhost, then it takes the normal amount of time. But it's like smart and it understands, oh, it's asking myself, let's check in some other way this, right? Interesting. Yeah, so let's go grab some tea. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave this here because I promised my kids not to have a mic in the house, and we're currently actually using this because my computer has some problems. And I've been sick, so haven't been able to fix it right now. So I'll be right back. Grabbing tea.
Ayu says.
Hey Golang.
Translated from Tagalog.
What in the heck is Tagalog? And the sentence is Lu Ling same.
So let's see if we can not spill this. Lots of tea. uh, so the TTS uses Google to translate if it's not English. And probably because you used two Y's in hey. That's probably why, right? So, and then for some reason, the Tagalog seems to be its most popular guess. But if you just say hey, let's see.
Fix it says.
Yeah, so it thinks,
Hi,
hey,
translated from
is
Danish.
Danish, though I'm Swedish, you know? So it's not always correct. But if I would to see if it can understand this.
Hey, how's the situation?
Well, that's like
Translated from
what's up
Swedish.
in Swedish, okay? Also, it's doing the and apples thing there. So I've got tea. Thank you. Thank you for the tea. It's extremely hot though. Can I drink it? Oh, that's nice in the throat. So nice. I'm still sick. So we have lots of hardware stuff to play with too, if we want to later. So we actually still have the signal analyzer connected to this ESP. Well, we'll see later. We'll see how long the stream will be and how well my throat wants to chat forever, right? How long it will be possible. So we have a working simple scan. I don't know exactly what it does. I'm just trying to make connection, right? So we want lower control, lower level control. But as a first test, I think this was quite good. It's a first Go program. Ah, right, this is the HTTP server. We're on the wrong one. I'm like, what? So I guess that's the second one. So we did a quite important update. I didn't update that before because I was not using that. So what I looked at, maybe we should do that as the next step, is to actually use the flag one here, flag. So I googled this yesterday because I imagined there might be something like this, as usually is. And H and help are supported by default by this. But maybe we want better control and then we do it manually. But this is still an alternative. For now, we have just this simple way. Scan.go IP start port stop port.
Goaku
Right?
says.
Ooh, you're streaming and you sound better today.
I just got some tea. Thank you. Yeah, I think I sound better.
Tea is magic.
So how you doing? How you doing, Goku?
Cough,
No,
cough.
yeah. So today we're going for tea redeems. Not. I should probably disable. So I added the hydrate and yesterday, and I added go grab some tea now. And today we created actions for these, so they actually they're audible in chat. It's not like I miss them. Um. What was I going to do with these now? Yeah, right. Let's actually move it once. Group,
I'm saving my redeems for
disable.
IRL running.
Yeah, do that. But it's already been redeemed, so when I'm good, I'll do it. But of course, the person who redeemed it will have to be in chat. So where's that IRL stream running? 10,000. Yeah. So we have this HTTP server up here. That's what's debugging. Um, so I guess that's what's running here. But we could, of course, just run stuff here too, if we want to. So next step is that I started looking at, except for the arguments, this, I'm not sure I want to use this. It's like a limited flexibility, you know, maybe we wanted to do it without a space between the name of the argument and the argument. This wouldn't do, right? So it's quite specific what syntax it can do. The flag one here. So, sorry. Let's actually run arguments in this. So if we do some arguments, 1, 2, 3, and that's not what it wants. Also, we can do like 1. I don't think this works also. So if we would to do, we can do help here then, and we get, this is the default way. Usage of, well, the name of this is a bit odd when we do it like that, right? But arguments exe. Bool, help message, int, and string. So this is what it wants. Okay, so let's give it a bool true, because the default is false. Now it's only changed this one here. So what I don't think works is this, right? It actually gave us a help message because we have an incorrect one, right? Exit status 2. So if we wanted to do something like P here, you know, for ports, and in this case it happens to be int, it doesn't work either, right? Because there needs to be a space or an equals. So that's why I'm thinking maybe this is not what we want to use. And maybe this is not the program that we will continue a lot with, but it's a nice way to get comfort with the Go programming language. We have ifs, we have loops, we are printing stuff, we're connecting to the network and doing stuff. Yeah, we have a switch even here. So it's a lot of different bits of the language. We have I actually looked this up because in the examples they don't use uppercase. So I did look up. I have it here too.
I was eating some bourbon biscuits and I was wondering WHO coughed in my house where I live alone.
Sorry for coughing. Sorry. Oh, no. So we did all this like the last 2 days now, naming conventions. I found this nice link, and they suggest we use all uppercase for constants, which is my default thing, you know.
No, I literally took a crowbar out and opened the door. I legit thought it's a bandit.
I need some tea after the laugh. Thank you. Also, we can see here that when we have a function that returns several variables, we can easily see this if we just hold over here.
Nice try but won't work this time.
Here, we can see what it returns. Sorry. It's your fault. You're making me laugh. So it's quite nice. We have Go very nice help for it here in
When she doesn't try to cough, she coughs more, lol.
I can control myself.
The
and
common
not
cold
laugh.
is passive aggressive.
So Go seems like a nice thing, though some things I've read kind of says, "Oh, this," and it sounds like object-oriented stuff. So I'm very curious to see what it's like when we get further into Go.
Anyways, I had a great time. GTG, hope your health becomes better.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I got this. It's a week now, so I'm sure it's like I'm quite good. It's just a bit of cough, still. So, um, so what should we add? Should we add the coroutine things? I kind of researched that a little bit. Um, we have this thing called channels that we can communicate between them with, and you just say go really to make it a go routine. Uh, but this is not the most interesting thing I found. So, oh, these are with the HTTP server. So first there was a web page here. So, and this is it in text. Let's just see if these have something so we can throw away a few tabs. Is it the same thing? No? Okay, simple web server and RESTs for API. Okay, these are the pages that are on that Go program. Lots of tabs. So I'm quite sure. Yeah, so the person I found when I googled this, they had a lot of other ones. Maybe we'll watch a video. My God, this is so slow. Yeah, I also saw that. I have to see how they did it. As a more experienced Go person here. So this is me trying to debug. I couldn't import the thing. Let's actually. Why is it so slow? This is the thing we want to import. So maybe it actually says here how to import it. So I did find a few things about how the structure looks on your computer in Go. And we could just like clone that repo. It's a GitHub link, and put it in the right place. But that's not what I want to do, is it? And this is the thing that doesn't work anymore. It seems deprecated. I can search again. This is what we got from the help. I'm sorry for hopping back and forth between two things. Let's just close that and focus on where could I have had that up? Yeah, so here I searched for Golang multitasking because Go multitasking was like how you get rid of multitasking because it's bad for your life. I love multitasking. Multitasking is life. How could you not multitask? Then you would die because you wouldn't be breathing, right? So, let's check out a few of these articles. So we want to run several things at the same time because we want to ask. We need a thread setting, of course, right? And we need, but these seem to be like efficient, but still. Concurrency versus parallelism. Oh, so this is actually not doing the same at the same time. Yeah, this is what we want. As we're waiting for network replies, you know, it's not like we're intensely calculating something. So we want both, I guess. So how is Go handling multitasking? Let's do this for my voice.
Go Scheduler. The Go Scheduler is a key component of Go's runtime system. Its role is to manage the execution of goroutines. The scheduler can multiplex many goroutines onto a smaller number of OS threads. This means that multiple goroutines can be scheduled to run on a single CPU core. The scheduler takes care of task switching, ensuring that each goroutine gets a fair share of CPU time. When one goroutine is blocked, such as when waiting for I/O, the scheduler can quickly switch to another goroutine, maximizing CPU utilization. Cooperative concurrency. Go's concurrency model is cooperative, meaning that goroutines voluntarily yield control to the scheduler. This cooperative nature minimizes the overhead of context switching. The runtime.ghost function is available to explicitly yield control and allow other goroutines to run.
It will be waiting for the response on the network, right? And that's what takes time. I'm curious how this will change.
Go is designed to efficiently handle multitasking on multiple CPUs. It achieves this through goroutines, the Go scheduler, and parallelism, allowing you to take full advantage of the processing power offered by modern multi-core processors. Go's concurrency model provides an easy and effective way to build parallel and concurrent applications while managing the underlying complexity of thread management. Go Scheduler. The Go Scheduler is responsible for managing the execution of goroutines. The scheduler can distribute goroutines across multiple OS threads, each of which can run on a separate CPU core. This means that your goroutines can be executed in parallel, taking full advantage of the available CPU cores. Parallelism. Go allows you to achieve parallelism easily by creating many goroutines to perform tasks concurrently. The Go scheduler assigns goroutines to available OS threads, which in turn run on different CPU cores. This allows for true parallel execution of tasks. GMaxProx. You can control the number of OS threads used for executing goroutines by setting the GMaxProx variable. By default, Go uses as many OS threads as there are CPU cores available on the machine.
Good. Looks nice. Seems like a nice article. Sorry for the amount of time spent
When it comes to
TTSing.
managing concurrency and parallelism in Go, the MN scheduler is the unsung hero of the runtime. This ingenious concept takes center stage by efficiently orchestrating the execution of coroutines, M, on a smaller number of OS threads, N, offering the best of both worlds without the complexities of low-level thread management. MN Scheduler demystified. The MN Scheduler is a high-level abstraction that lies at the heart of Go's approach to concurrency. It's all about making things
We don't
simpler for
really need
developers,
this
so you can focus on your code, not on thread management. Efficient coroutine management. At its core, the MN Scheduler is designed
It's
to
just
handle a
repeating
multitude of
itself.
coroutines. These coroutines are the backbone of Go's concurrent model, allowing you to perform tasks in parallel with ease. The magic happens when the scheduler multiplexes these coroutines onto a smaller set of OS threads.
It's just, this
OS
image
threads.
says
In
it
the MN
all.
Scheduler model, you'll find a smaller pool of OS threads, often equal to the number of CPU cores available. These OS threads are responsible for executing coroutines. They work in harmony with the coroutines they run. Concurrent execution made simple, coroutines can be scheduled and executed in parallel on these OS threads. The scheduler dynamically manages the distribution of coroutines,
So
achieving
this is
concurrency
a
and parallelism
fully
effortlessly. You write
theoretical
the code,
one.
and Go's runtime takes care of ensuring it runs efficiently across multiple threads. Reducing overhead. The MN Scheduler is all about efficiency. By multiplexing numerous coroutines onto a smaller number
Yeah,
of OS
it's just
threads,
repeating
it
itself.
minimizes
It's
the
like, oh, I have this tiny topic. I want to spend this many words on it, right? So now we have some code. So one of them is a tour of Go I found. So this is what I started making notes of. So here we have worker, lock OS thread. So I think that this might be more interesting. So what's this article we had up? No, this is a different one. So we started with the only one without code. Yeah, here's the channel thing. Figure. Sounds like a messy example. This is all too theoretical. Let's be practical instead. I know that's the one I started looking at. Just a sec. So it was my kid's dentist. My kid thought the next time he got was wrong button. Was too soon. So, and then now the next time is in May. So I'm like, let's see. So I'm going to make this is his old dentist time. I have we have checked every day and then the time for the dentist there. Dentist appointment at 14. So he thought that now it only was 4 weeks and this was longer. Now it is 3 weeks left of that time, but the other one is in May. So also since he's he's 17, he's about to become adult officially. He's autistic though, so he has some problems with stuff like dentist appointments. And so I was asking when does he have to change to a new dentist? And she said, oh, it's over 1.5 years, so he has lots of time there left. That's good. So he hasn't been there for years, and now he just went to check visually his teeth, and the next time is for X-raying. And they didn't find anything, which is nice. Let's continue. Yeah, right. I was thinking. So I don't see anything new there. So this was without. Yeah, because there was nothing in there. Go coroutine. Now we have that stuff. And I'm audible, right? Right, so my main mic is also on. Well, that didn't come off because the other mic is not even connected. So I'm interested in not just the Go here. How does it communicate? What is up? I think this is a bad example for a simple start example. So this is what I googled. I opened these three, and I guess this is the one I looked at, and that's the same one who had the HTTP one. So this I have not looked at yet. Let's watch a video.
Concurrency in Go is awesome.
Oh, I think this one was not good. Or was it? Anyway, let's hope to actually does something.
Main.go file with just one function called fetch weather, and all fetch weather is doing is it's calling the openweathermap.org API by passing in a city, which is a string, and an
Okay, I
API
remember
key.
it. Yeah, I did watch this video. Let's open the other ones too. Come on, show me the image. Okay, I'll
So,
start it.
you ever wanted to 10x the speed of your app? Well,
Oh, this
it's
is the speed of it. This is also like stuff in the beginning.
Welcome back to another Go-based tutorial.
The starter.
In this tutorial, we're going to be looking at how you can use go-routines within your Go-based programs and subsequently improve the performance with which your programs execute. Now, as always, the full text version of this tutorial can be found on our website, and I'll leave a link to this in the description below. So, using go-routines is a very quick and easy way to turn what would be a sequential program into a concurrent program without having to worry about things like creating threads or thread pools that you would typically have to do in traditional languages like Python and Java. But as with all concurrent programming, this comes with some all of your function calls, much like incredibly lightweight asynchronous parallel programs in some manner, which typically mean concurrent Go programming languages such as Java. Threads at most, whereas if you a minimum of 1 megabyte of heap space, have to worry about performance when creating extensive to create and destroy new go-routines. Cover what go-routines are, let sequential program that doesn't use. Let's jump into our code editor of choice. Now for this tutorial, I'm going to be using Visual Studio Code, and I'll leave a link to where you can get this in the description below. We're going to start off by creating a new function, and this will be called compute. Now this is going to take an integer value, and it's going to iterate over this value,
will be enough for
and
us.
essentially just print out. So for I want to add an arbitrary sleep time here, print line, and I5, and it will sleep for 1 second in between every iteration. Call this function now so compute. We'll run this by calling go run main.go to
It's
3,
a
4,
very,
0,
very
1, 2,
simple.
3, 4. So these two function calls. So for
So
now,
now
we've got this
it's
compute
going
function,
to
something that
add
takes quite a
go
while,
at the
just so that we can
start,
highlight this up.
right?
If we went faster and by adding the it turns these into the only thing we needed to change of our compute function and the compute in parallel.
And then we can see
values.
that it
Or our asynchronous
runs
function calls could execute,
in
and as such, any
parallel.
go-routines. Now, in order to get around this for this, expect, and the total execution time of our program
0,
takes
0,
half the
1,
time that
1,
it did
2,
when
2.
compared to the async. You should see our program terminates. We looked at what go-routines are. Now, there's a hell of a lot more to it than just adding the go keywords to make any of your programs faster. And in future tutorials, we're going to be covering things like mutexes, locks, channels.
Yeah, right. So there are other videos, and I think I kept them up from the same dude because I went there and looked. Here's channels. So let's watch this. This is the same dude.
Hi everyone, it's Elliot from tutorialedge.net, and now communicate between different go-routines within our program. So say I had a go-routine A and a go-routine B, I could effectively use channels to communicate between both of these go-routines. Now, this idea of a channel is actually nothing new, and the concept has been around since the mid-1970s when the likes of Dijkstra introduced it within his guarded commands. Now, the developers of Go, when they were designing the language, have made it their mission to present these different concepts or constructs in a simple fashion in order to enable programmers to create better, more correct, highly concurrent applications within Go. So let's dive into the code and create a really simple example of how we can instantiate a channel and use it for communication across various Go routines. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is open up my main function, and I'm going to instantiate a new channel called values. And I'm going to use the make keyword, and I'm going to create a channel of type int. Now, just below this, I'm going to defer the closing of this channel to the end of this function. Now, the act of closing actually stops or prevents any Go routines from sending or receiving to that channel once it is closed. Now, in order to interact with channels in Go, we can use the send or the receive operators. Now, in order to show you this, I'm going to create a really simple send value Go routine function, which is going to take in a channel, which will be a channel of type int. And I'm going to use the send operator to send a value to this channel. So this is going to look something like this. So we're going to use the name of the channel, the send operator, and we're then going to send the value 8 to this channel. Now, within our main function, we're going to want to call this send value Go routine, passing it in our values channel. And we're going to want to then use the receive operator to block until a value is sent to that channel. Now, in order to get that value, I can do something like this. Value equals and values, like so. So we're using this receive operator to receive a value from this channel. Now that I've done this, I can then use the print line statement to print out the value that is received from our channel. Now, if we see this in action, go run main.go, you'll see that we've been able to successfully send the value 8 from our go routine function to our value variable here, and then we've been able to print that out. Awesome, so that's been a really simple example with an integer channel. Let's now change things up a bit and change it to a channel of type string. Now, by changing this to string, we're also going to have to change what value we send to this channel. So I'm going to send the value hello world. And again, when we run this, we should see that the value is successfully printed out for us. Now, when we instantiate a channel...
So let's just read it. So we have a function which takes a channel as argument, and it is created with make channel and then sent here into that variable into that function. And this is like a tricky thing, since all the first were put on the stack, this will be at the very end of everything if we were to use more of them. So at the very end here, it will close it. That's like a smart thing to do, right? So let's see what else they do.
The size of that channel is technically known as an unbuffered channel. And when these are unbuffered channels, communication will only succeed between these different go routines only when both a sender and a receiver is ready. Now, if we were to use a traditional channel within our existing program, we may see some unexpected behavior. Now, with a traditional unbuffered channel, whenever one go routine sends a value to this channel, that go routine will subsequently block until the value is received from that channel. So let's modify our existing code to highlight this example. So I'm going to add a format.println statement that says executing go routine. I'm then going to have my go routine sleep for a second, like so. And I'm going to add a final println statement after I've sent a value to my channel, which says finished executing go routine. And finally, I'm going to duplicate line 20 so that we have two coroutines trying to send to the same channel. Now, because I've got only one receive statement here to my channel, I expect only one of my coroutines to finish its execution, and we should only see one coroutine actually execute this final fmt.println. Now, the second
so this will
just
not
execute or will not finish because
line.
it will block whenever it hits this send
what
statement.
Happened? Why did it speed down?
And because it's blocked within the coroutine and not within the main function, the program will actually terminate before that second coroutine gets a chance to print out this finished executing coroutine statement. Now, just to verify what I'm saying is true, let's try run it. So go run main.go. As you can see, we've had one finished executing coroutine statement printed out from our first coroutine, which was received from. But the second coroutine, which has clearly triggered here, because we can see two executing coroutine statements,
so
has
we
not
need
been able
to
to
receive the same number of things.
So the way to run this blocking behavior is to use something called a buffer channel. Now, these buffer channels are essentially queues.
So we have to like count them and receive all of them. I spoke over him.
Blocking behavior is to use something called a buffer channel. Now, these buffer channels are essentially queues of a given size that can be used for cross-coroutine communication. Now, in order to create a buffered channel as opposed to an unbuffered channel, we simply have to supply a capacity argument to our make command. Now, just down here on line 18, I'm going to say make channel string, and I'm going to give it a capacity of 2, like so. So, by changing this to a buffer channel, our send operation, which is on line 11 here within our two coroutines, should only block within our coroutines if that channel is full or if that capacity has been reached. Now, because I specified the capacity as 2, when I run both my coroutines, they should both be able to finish their execution without blocking because they haven't filled the capacity of that channel. Now, just to prove my point, I'm going to add a really simple time.sleep call here that says 1 times time.second. And the reason for doing this is because we've not got any guarantee to say that our second coroutine is going to finish before our main coroutine exits. So just do this, go run main.go. As you can see, our first coroutine executes, our second coroutine executes. It is then able to finish executing both our first and our second coroutine now that we've made that simple change. So that's all we're going to cover within this tutorial. Now we've been able to create both buffered and unbuffered channels. And
let's see if we can how we can use this. Let's integrate it into our here. And I also have this example here. So why did I even open MD file in here? Right. I should have done it in here instead. It's not like I used any formatting though. Now we've learned that this can have also a queue. So let's also look at the rest of this channels. So this is where I grabbed this from, and they also have examples. So when I googled, I got to this one. What? Oh, that's just what happens when you go back. Concurrency. Yeah, so we started at this one. No back. This is confusing. So we can go say world, and when we run this, we'll do 5 of each. And they are like in a mess in the order as it's running at the same time. Yeah, so it ended with hello. And then we have the channels with the arrows. And we can see it's quite easy that this goes into this. Right? And they must be created before use. So why didn't they put this like I did when I put it in the notes in the other direction? So here they're making this. I don't like that they have so much math in the examples. It doesn't make them more readable, really, right? and buffered. This is what we just learned there at the end of the video. They can be buffered. We could have just clicked here and saw it in 2 seconds instead. Provide the buffer length as a second argument. And what did I type in my queue? Let's change it actually to buffer size. Set buffer size to 5 equals 5 queue length. If we don't use this, the send will be paused until the next receive, right? They say it like block only when buffer is full. Modify the example to or fill the buffer and see what happens. So yeah, we skip that, it's obvious. Range and close. Sending and close a channel to indicate that no more values will be sent, and this is what they used in the video quite smartly. Did defer on it. Unless sender should close the channel, never the receiver. Sending on a closed channel will cause a panic. Interesting. Or you could do it like that with a defer. When everything else is done, do this. Channels aren't like files. You don't usually need to close them. Closing is only necessary when the receiver must be told there's no more values coming, such as to terminate the range loop. Select statement lets a coroutine wait on multiple communication operations. A select block until one of these cases can run. Then it executes that case. It chooses one at random if multiple are ready. One what? Operation? Communication operations. So this is funny. I wonder when they updated it last, and also they didn't use uppercase for constants. There are like other funny things in here. So I don't think this is a great source of info really. Also, apparently, if you're sharing it, you're supposed to use uppercase, and if it's not, you're supposed to use lowercase. And these all just randomly select one. So my other kid should have a meeting now. I'll go and have a quick check, see that it works. Right. Forgot the things. he had fallen asleep. Right. So we had a meeting at 15 and he fell asleep. So I'm going to just send a message. Make sure that she didn't send one to me. No, so where do I have her? There. So I'm just gonna double check the calendar. #21 is day 15. So confirm it's now. It should be now. So I'm sending her a message. I'm just waiting for her reply. She's typing. Let's continue meanwhile. So let's see. So let's format this. skriver bara till honom. Till henne här. Typing to her. Language confusion. I can't type in one language and speak in another. Because I tend to start typing in English then. I'm just gonna read what I typed. So I will minimize that now and we'll just go back to what we were doing. Right, so select this. Oh, I already did it. Now we can remove the comments. So there. Right, I could have had that up on my phone too. Let's see. Alright, you have another Discord thing there that you don't want to lose track. I'm thinking it's time to do it. The select thing. I think this was a bad example. That's why I stopped doing these, because they don't have good examples. It seems interesting, but not to anything we do right now. I'm just reading quickly. If it has anything to do with the whole subject. Or if they hopped. I'm like, where's Maine?
VR Mechatronics says.
There.
But the fuck stinks of farmers, it's a massacre.
What? Tell me what you meant. I don't understand much of that, but as you might remember, family-friendly channel. So no swearing
They pour
and
poop
stuff.
onto the field.
Oh yeah, that's what they do. Springtime, in other words. So you live close to some fields? Hmm. Fertilizing stuff. That's life, right? That's what they do.
I'll buy 07L because I'm fed up.
07L. Yeah, I didn't like that one, right? Weight group. Yeah, actually, there's supposed to be like a ChatGPT one somewhere here. Where is that one? So I asked the ChatGPT before if it had any suggestions on what to improve.
007 40% common XDDD.
How can you improve the script? I'm sorry, I don't really understand. Sorry, VR. So that's what I started with. And then I added error handling, user input, and result formatting as from its suggestions. And then I asked it about the concurrency one. And first, I asked it about what did it mean with context first here. Tell me more about it. Then it kind of started messing with the code. I don't want it to change the code. I wanted to just give suggestions. And then I had to explain no, start with number 1 because there was another in between here, and yeah. And how would you do this? And I'm asking how to do concurrency as it's suggesting here, right? And it gives me like the code, and I don't want to look at that even because and trying to be explicit what I wanted to do, explaining a lot of steps. And then we got like explanations. Let's see if there was another iteration of this. I think so. No, this was the last one. Yeah. So this should be a free from my code, so we can make our own example of how it works, right? So worker pool is a pattern where a fixed number of workers go routine perform a task in parallel. A channel is used to distribute tasks among workers. A sync mechanism ensures all work is finished before exiting. This is what we want. This sounds good. So this approach helps efficiently process large workloads without overwhelming system resources. And I'm gonna make sure that's on. Yes, TPS is on. My throat managed 2 hours almost, and it's not sounding much worse, is it? It's thanks to the tea, right? Step 1, understanding Go routines. In Go, a Go routine is a lightweight thread managed by the Go runtime. Run multiple Go routines within a single thread. So we already know this from other places, right? So they're using time here to sleep, print a message. So let's integrate this into our program. So I keep thinking the bright light one is the one that's active, but it's a dark one. It's not logical to me. I'm thinking we will want to know how long this takes, right? So we will want time. Though I know that it will just add. So if I save now, it will remove that, right? It will also add stuff. So a bit annoying. So they have a print message, which they just run it to print several messages at the same time. No, this is not a good example. I mean, it's a very basic one, so it's good, but not anything that we can use. Go keyword launches print message. Function does not. So since the main will exit, that's why we have the time.
I've been looking for a 10mm circle all day and I found a 15mm one. It's a cool thing to do free time. Web link.
Okay. Oh. So 10mm. Maybe that's too tiny. You want everything tiny, right? So it would be close to the ceiling, right? Form. Oh, so I thought it was a video of how it worked. So how are your building project and your development of your systems working? Did you find all the parts you needed for the last thing? Is this a new thing or is it still trying to find the last thing? So multiple Go routines. Step 2, using channels for communication. Since Go routines run independently, we need channels to safely send data between them. Example.
When I find the parts I will build you a new Model 3 VR treadmills for testing. Do you want?
I don't have any VR stuff though. But thank you for the offer. I don't think I have the room either. But it sounds very cool, yeah. Yeah. Sounds very cool. So we have send data, and it has a channel here. So this is what we will need to add. This is something else we want first. So it is the scan port here that we want to do this well. Let's actually make an upload of the state. I know it wasn't that long since I did it, but so I want the status saved. We haven't done a lot. It was just before stream. We don't need to have to push it or anything. I guess we do 2. Let's push it, why not? So this version is backed up. We can edit it without having to like save a version or anything of it. So let's start changing this one to work in parallel. So the function that we want to run is this. Is this, and I'm totally nowhere. Scan port. We only have one function. I also thought about that. So the first time I'm making a function here.
I had a client who came to me to build him a levitating VR treadmill so that he wouldn't touch the floor with his feet while playing, because his neighbor couldn't sleep from hitting the floor. That's why I'm building 3 prototypes.
Ah, cool, cool. So what is he paying you for building that? I realize from all the things you're purchasing that it must be quite good economy-wise to have this interest that you do. Right, ports, not port. There. Why so far? There. So now we have a print result, so just print this. So we don't have to have this in the main function. I don't think a function should be more than 1 page. So then 1 is arguments. Now we need to learn something, I think. So func parse arguments. And right, we can return several values. And here we know how to select how to do that. So that was nice of it to give us an example. So here we want Argument. Maybe like this. Could that work?
So I decided to make all new models levitating.
Okay. Cool, cool. I'd really love to see it. How it look. So we have we have an IP string. So it doesn't need to know what it is, right? So we have an IP and then two ints. And this is not how you do it. Is it? I saw one before. Let's look at dial. It has two out, so we're going to read how to do it. Is it just a parenthesis? Come on, pop up. Because it's running the other thing. Let's stop that. No? Okay, it's probably because of the syntax error. There. So parentheses around them. I should have just tested that. So there, now we don't have a syntax error anymore. So this is just here if we want to scan and want to have a port open to find results that are port open. So we have the port here. Func parse arguments. Actually, we should run that one here. No, let's actually basics build, right? So if we build instead HTTP, then we should have an exe to run. So HTTP server. So now it's running. So we can test it without having the debugging busy here and still having the terminal because it was running it here. There. So we have no return values. I'm assuming that's, yeah, missing return. So we need a return here. Return. Right. Which also would make these default values not necessary, but something to put in where we do that. It's actually at the start still. So I'm curious if this will work. I don't see why it shouldn't. Sets equals parse arguments. And this one wants arguments. And I'm thinking we will do this calculation in there, but I already have stuff to paste. So I need to paste those there. And then we have OSArgs
And
there.
Jalgo Napoleon says, I should write a blog post. It's about time to learn Go.
Do that, do that. So actually, let's comma this. What do you think? And then we're gonna crop this out. Actually, the ports too. So main is shrinking. So obviously these can't have the same name. I'm like, we're getting close to C. Look at that. That's what I think is funny. And then we're going to grab the whole start port and stop port here. So I imagine as this is the syntax for getting them on the other side, this should work here, right? So the only thing here is we don't have ports, right? We need to give it ports too. So instead of doing, where is it here? No, I'm in the wrong place here. Oh, yeah. These are just in the wrong place. I was like, this has nothing to do with this. Why am I there? Right, so these still need to be up here. So, and why do I have it twice? Now I have to like undo. Why did I have it twice? Because I was gonna paste it here. Don't ask me, I haven't got a clue. So this one still does 4 ports here. Actually, let's have this one just before the loop, as it is a counter within this. And then we print it afterwards. So it's very, very logical now, right? We will get host, start port, and stop port from parsing the arguments. For that, we need the arguments, and we know how many arguments it is. And let's make it easier to read by adding a parenthesis around that. Right? We could also not do that there, but do it in another place in the function to make this lower. Let's actually, let's cut that, right? Yeah, because it wants another argument because it's in here. So I'm going back on what I was doing before here. And I used to call this arguments. Should we just skip this one? It's not necessary. I mean, generally, the only thing we need to do then is to change this to be the length of this. And then this can be called arguments. And of course this is also arguments now. It's not always args, though I am assuming we don't need to send it along. It's just me that wants it like prettified like that. Yeah, we're still using OS args in here, right? So all of the OS args need to be. Why do I have a uppercase S? Oh, caps. I was like, what? I don't know if this is good. So I'm going to change it. I thought it was a bit more readable, but I think it's not worth the extra lines. And maybe it's not that much more readable anyway, right? So, right, we can actually use the -1 here, but we will use this in several places. Then we're going to make a variable of it anyway. Am I stupid hopping back and forth there? Let's call it something nicer, like args count. And we need the sets as it's a initialization at the same time, and then we go. And now it is like back the way it was, but with a better name of it. It's more better name, simply a better name. And we got the squigglies out of the way because it's the change of the name, right? You know, from this one was called arguments that I had next to it. Is that too too messy? Anyway, we have default values here. Let's save that. Default values. And if we were using the flags thing, we could have that automatically, but I don't think I think I want more precision checks, so we can make this better later. And now I'm assuming I can just get rid of this. Just make sure we don't have anything odd like OS args in the middle of this, right? Because so and that one we don't want. So no more
Madam Fabulous
OS args.
says.
Hee
Hi.
Translated from Tagalog.
So my kid just knocked on the door. Just a sec. Hey, love. Vad vill du min gubbe? Vad sa du? En gång till. Yes. Du somnade när du skulle ha möte med Linnea. Så jag sa till Linnea att du var för trött. Okej? Vill du göra nu? Men du kan säga, vill du ringa nu så kan du göra det. Du kan... Okej. Okay. Today. Okay, give me 1 minute. Okej, hade ni ett samtal? Har ni pratat? Okej. Vad bra. I call you on the second day. Next week. Fourth day. Have a nice weekend. Men vad bra gubben. Vad bra. Därför att du skulle ju möta då. Jag skulle ju väcka dig klockan 13. När jag kom in var du vaken. Men... Och sen så pratade jag med dig något mer sen. Och du var nere med tallriken. Och du verkade vaken. Men sen så när jag kom in vid 15 då sov du. Så då försökte jag väcka dig. Och hade du legat i sängen så hade jag inte väckt dig, Laban. Men du låg inte i sängen. Du satt på stolen och sov. Och därför så väckte jag dig. Okej? Okej, förlåt. Men det är så man är jättetrött. Då blir man ju nöjd, eller hur? Okej. Jag tror jag var här inne till 10. Det på dig. Jag ser det. Du somnade väl mitt i någonting? Du brukar ju sätta upp den där bilden, eller hur? Okej. Konstigt. Säg till mig älskling om du vill ha någonting. Om du vill att jag ska hämta lite mat eller så. Okej? Så gör jag det. Det blev en jättekonstig dag idag. Men Laban, du sov när du inte skulle sova. Du sa att du ville sova 18 dessutom. Ja, jag tror att alla som försöker väcka någon som sover är annoying. Det är liksom default-läget, det finns inget annat. Vad sa du? Okej. Förlåt. Jag lämnar dig i fred nu gubben, okej? No. Okej. Vad vill du ha för riktigt då? Pannkaka? Vill du ha skumbananer? Okej, ska jag hämta yoghurt åt dig? Jag kan göra det gubben. Nej, vi har inte det. Jag kan fixa det sen. Yes. Jag läste det. Du gör mig osäker och så rör du den så jag kan se vad det är. Okej. Jag jag läste det. Jobbigt att somna. Ska jag hämta yoghurt då? Eller vill du göra det själv? Okej. Vad är det som är jobbigt, gubbe? Jag ska stänga av din fläkt. Jag vet inte varför den alltid är på. Jag håller på att lösa ett problem på min dator, gubbe. Jag gör det där. Är det jag? Okej, jag vet inte. Nej, jag kan inte se annars. Nej, det där är lite. Nej, men jag har sett, gubben. Om du inte ska gå längre bort så kan jag göra det. Ska jag hjälpa dig med någonting eller ska jag bara lämna dig i fred? Mm? Vilket vill du? Okej. Jag hämtar det. Yes. Så yoghurt i glas också. Vill du ha verkligen yoghurt i glas? Nej. Du vill ha yoghurt i skål? In the same glass. Oh. Jag vet inte om jag kan. Jag gillar kuben. So I'm gonna get some food for it. Where was this one? This one. Thank you, Ben. Wow. Vet du att du träffade alla de där gula prickarna? Alla gula prickarna. Coolt. Puss. So you wanted to tell me that I was annoying for waking him up when he fell asleep during the day, but he didn't sleep on the night during the night. So yes, people are always annoying when they try to wake you up. So I think we were about done with this. We have the results print out and different messages for no, port 1 and ports. And we can see that it works here. Found one open port. And it also worked with 127. And this is like debug output, right? So we don't need this. We can have more information in our starting port scan instead. Starting port scan of %s there. %d to %d. Well, let's keep the colon, and then we have the same once again. Come on. So next time we run this, we will get different output. And the main squiggle is just because I have several mains in the same Git repo. Gets a lot of problems from that. So string indent is output. So let's the usage print line we need. This is just and let's make these if verbose. Right, we can do that. So here if verbose. And they tried to make this one a one-liner, but it doesn't want to. We should play around with that more. So when I save this, it will hop it like that, which annoys me, but that's life. So, of course, we should also have a verbose argument, but I'm thinking that's for later. For now, we just have it true and false as a And then we have the scan port, which we have not modified yet. Is there anything else we need to do except test run this? Let's test run it. So we're running it here, right? Scan completed. So we definitely have a bug. First of all, we need a \n because we changed it to there. We changed it from print line to printf. So \n, so we don't get them on the same line. And then let's read the message. Here's where the new line starts. 127.0.0.1 connected. No connection could be. So the problem is that it didn't do it several times. Meaning I don't think this works as it should. But we get the right values here, so it did. So we already have debug output actually here. So if we do this instead on this one, where is it? There. Yeah, so why is it just doing it once? Why do I do that several times? Port. What happened with my backslash? I can't type backslash. Well, let's copy one then. So we have port, we're starting with port, 20 to 20. There we have a problem. Start port, stop. Oh. String into end. Return. Oh. We found the bug. So we're not sending start port twice. It's because I tabbed that. Tab too early. ST tab probably or something. Okay, so it's all logical now. There was a bug. We fixed the bug. This will take a long time though, right? So we don't need the debug port print out again. Because I know why. So I like the size of the name. Port, start port, port, stop port, scan port, host port, print. Port is open. And we also increase ports if it is true here. I kind of want to have more information. So will we get 2 things from this? Just a bool response. So we can't get more information about what it was. I think we could possibly click this. No? So we're going through a lot of ports here. Let's with the debug messages and verbose. It's like 2 lines per port. Let's see here. We have 53 is open. 22 is open. And 80 is open. Scan completed. Found 3 open ports. So let's just do a tinier debug. This one. And when we use localhost, it's like instant too, right? Good. It found our open port. So how do we get more information? And how do we make it? I'm thinking the first step is, of course, to add the go routine thingies. So what if I do go here? And see how bad it goes. Because I imagine we will need some way of knowing when they're finished too, right? We need a messaging between them. And we don't have that. If we just put go in front of it, it should still run, but it will get a bad response, right? So maybe we won't get any response. Syntax error. Expected expression. So go is the word to put there. And there's nothing special with this function. I think I know. So as we're doing an if on it, right? We need it to finish before we can do anything. So we can't use it in the if. We'll have to rebuild how it works. So let's just separate it. Like is open equals is open, and this won't work very well because it's still wrong, but now it's in separate lines. We still want a value from it, and we still can't get a value from it, right? So what is the error message we get here? So we need to rebuild more things before we can do anything with this, really. Increasing this variable could also be no, it needs to be messages back and forth. If we like it right, to make clear what we want to do, right? What colors do I have? We want, of course, purple or something, right? So, first of all, I don't like this color. Is white good? I don't want a bright light. That's not bright light, at least, right? So, why? Oh, I didn't change the color. Whatever. So, scan port. And then we have main. Clone. Where did I click? Oh, main. And in this one. Let's higher level it. So port open question mark, right? And here we need like get message. Port status. I shouldn't have made even squares around those, right? Let's delete those. So somewhere in like the middle there. I'll just delete these two. They're just in the way. So we have two things that need to communicate. So, and then there's the channel. Yeah, just that. Scan port. It needs to be started from here. It is started with go. And we need to know how to send the message that and for all ports. And make sure all scans are finished. And after that, we close that channel, but we also we don't need to, but then we print final info message. So that's the last thing we do, right? So how do we make sure all scans are finished, and how do we start one for every port? I guess we can just do the go scan port, but if we do that, there's no order and we won't know anything about it. So we need to add this channel thingy now. And this needs to send the messages about the status then back, right? Send status back. Open, closed. Oh gosh, that's so annoying. I do S to switch mode and then I'm in there, so. So, it's called print results. This. Escape would have been the button. Then I can get select stuff. So I just have to learn how to do that. So. and the argument doesn't have anything to do with it. So it's just before. It's just these three, or really two functions. This one, does it mind to be further down? By the way, we could just do this with the ones we don't want. So these work and they don't have anything to do with the logic that we have, just two simple functions here now that we want to mess with. And we know that we need a start channel to start with, right? That's what we need first. So channels for communication. And I don't think this is a good one, but let's just make, right? And also notes. And here's where we have the buffer. So let's make the buffer the size there too, right? So this is what we need. Right. I don't want to have any pauses in there. That's bad. Not efficient, right? We want to do everything smart. So in main, can we call it channel? Let's use a default for now. So they call it message. Yeah, I was thinking about calling it message. And now I saw HTTP also did, so. Make channel, and this one here. Will need to be then after we get the arguments, because what we want to do is to do stop port minus start port, and then we have the number in total. So even if they all send a message, it won't be too much. I guess that's too much though. We can change later. No, this can't be too little at least. Then we need to send this along with the function. But we then need to remove the if, right? So this needs to be modified. We still need to have an if, but what the if does will depend on something else. Whatever. Actually, if we got a message that a port is open, right? Maybe even get a message if a specific port was open closed. What do I have in there? Yeah. So this needs to be started with Go then. That's so annoying. And we need to add something new here. We need to add the channel. That is message. I'm gonna move this one. So go scan port and this I should have said Shan string. I'm blind. Yeah, I was like, this must be message. What are they doing? But then it was just in the wrong place. I was reading in the wrong place. And what they do is they print the data. This is what they do. So that's getting the message. We don't need that anymore. And the message could be if the port is open. But we want to do so if the port was open, then we do that. Let's put that then on in here. So of course we need a comma. Let's call it message Shan string. I'm not very happy about sending one string. I want several things to be sent back, you know? But we just had the bool before. But I was going to change that. We can send JSON data. We can send an array. What can we send? Like anything, right? We can send a struct back. Let's do that. Struct. Scanned port. And I'm kind of thinking I have to check out how they do structs again. So variables, and we had structs. Type struct name struct. And bird wings, the type for the declaration. port. Status. For now, let's do open close, right? We can do is open. Yeah, that's pretty, right? It's open and bool. Because we just will have two for now. We can fix it later. Nice to see it all, right? So, scan port. Musician option. And let's actually call this one. I was going to call this message channel 2. So starting with this, and then the messages we get with print. And this needs to be done the number of times. And it will wait for printing the first message, but it might not be the first one. Yes, because it will not send all of them. So we need to put this outside of the loop. So we just store them all there. And then we have to go through again all of the things. Why did I cut it? So the same number of things once more. So now we know that message channel is nothing we want that. This is one thing we want to save, and not just print. We want to format our message in a nice way. And I kind of threw out that, right? Because I copied it and I didn't paste it. I'll have to type a new message. Though we have it in the output. So there. Port is open. This is what we had. And this needs to be also scan port. Sus equals. No message. Whatever, right? I don't think we need to see the type. It will be automatic. Will this work? Yeah. So if we want to be explicit, I'm practicing here. So very odd way of making variables for me, but it works. I think. So we're explicit with the type, and we know that this type is two things. And we're gonna check here again. We can do v.x. So meaning new message dot, and it's nice to tell us port dot it's open. If that was the worst end of line finding ever. If message is open, and also even the wrong parenthesis. So I'm like, I deleted it again. As I need to copy this. Very, very hard thing to remember. fmt dot print f, definitely. So we have the port there, and we add this. This one though doesn't like it. Int. So there's somewhere still where it's an int. Yeah, here. So there. So it's channel of scanned port, and the buffer is this temporarily until we know better. Everything will fit in there. Then we just make a million, start a million scans, or however many there are, and let's make a few debug messages. So fmt dot printf starting go routine for port. I can't find the percent character. Comma port. And this is just, here the numbers doesn't matter, we just go through the same number of things, right? Because when we have sent them all, we need to receive them all again. And when they are all received, this is when we can this message channel dot len. Interesting. How did you close one of these things? VX. Yeah, we already got what we wanted there, right? And we made a variable equals reading from this, sending something to. We're not doing this yet. right? So instead of return here, I don't think they can return values, can they? Because it's not logical. So these two places, we need to send the message that we want to send. And we can make this error possibly prettier. So error dot doesn't have a lot of things. If error, if not nil. So we don't need to do this. Error dot whatever. I can look at that later. That was interesting to see this though. Also, maybe it's prettier to else's because it's just two possibility of a boolean anyway, and it's prettier to do this, I think. So so the channel's name is message channel, so we replace this with this. And what we're going to send. Here is actually an error message that prints if we're going verbose. So it doesn't have to be the same. Actually, we're going to hop to this one, and I wonder if we can do this way of assigning. Let's do a quick Google. Go assign values to struct. Yeah, so we know we can dot, but can we do something pretty efficient? So we know that we can new car this thing, return, and car, returning star car. Yeah, they made their own new functions. So this is a message we're sending. That's car. So I'm thinking that maybe this is more similar this to sending a message. But I didn't see any like nice. Well, I guess this is good. Oh, whatever. Well, let's hop back here. So, kind of this, right? Let's see what it complains about. if we do this. So I keep popping the wrong one. So bird wings. And the first one comes the second one. That means the port, which is port. And then in this case, the string. So this is if we have an error. So this is closed. So if we can't use error or error, let's use that. By the way, I think it will fix that. Yeah, nice of it. When I control S, it fixes it. So too few values. So we need to also add error here. And yeah, cannot use closed as bool. Oh, right. So I selected to use a bool, not string. Of course. So it is false. Then we have, we can also use possibly the error thing. Where did I type it to get an actual thing? There, now we have it. Error. So it's just stuff that starts with error now. Yeah. Let's hold the mouse over it instead. Come on, give me stuff. What do you have? Can we get a bool on whether this is no, and we can avoid the whole thing here? So we need to Google error for sure. Go. So I don't want like basic error handling. I want details on how error works. And if it wasn't go, I would say the object go. But well, as long as we're sending it back, we can get the open and close state of this, right? And we can also get all the data about the error. So what we really need to do is just to send a message here. There, really. can't because it's too buggy. Oh, get that line now. So if I tab this and save now, it comes back here. So we get what address. That's stupid of us, isn't it? Yeah, I don't like making code longer than it needs to be. And it doesn't need to be that long. So we're getting con and air. And if this is not this, we might want that saying. No, nothing of the auto formatting will work. So we need to close it, right? Send a message and close it. Meaning we actually also made a full connection here, so we can explore more here later. But for now, let's just send error. And checking if that's null. Or should we keep this? Yeah, I'm kinda into keeping it. So if error is null, there was an error. So we need to not. If error is empty, then we want it to return true. And this will be true then. So we're sending both the state, so we don't have to have that code in our where we don't want a lot of code place, right? So this is growing. If new message is open, else that's funny. Ooh, it added that there. Let's see. So this is for closing it. One of the examples I've seen is closing it. Dim, dim, dim. Oh gosh. I got a little bad. Yeah, but I don't very sorry about that. And that'll have to do for now. So my computer finally kinda not working very well anymore. So now we have done this like a little bit ourselves. Maybe we should have started with a basic data type, but still. Right, let's scroll these things. Yeah, this is like, I don't know why people always add math things, but here we have the weight group thingy too. Weight group. Use weight group to wait for the execution of all Go routines. So as I am receiving all the messages, instead we don't really need that, right? But what if we were to get more messages from just because that's how we wrote another program that works a different way? So this is very tiny program. They said you don't have to close them, so let's just ignore it for now. Close. How? Oh, I'm on caps again. What I was thinking about was checking out that Tor thingy again. So there it is, where it starts. And here's a second example. So when it's math in there, I'm like, oh, why? Yes, love. Därför att det är soligt ute. Just a sec. made some food for my kid. I microwaved pancakes. So let's find this out. How to close it. So making it, but how do we close it? Even though it said you don't have to, right? Close C. There it is. So we just close. Close message channel. And it's all done. So, by the way, I don't mind math. I just think that if you want to make easy to understand examples for everybody, you don't use maths more than 1 plus 2-ish, right? So it just, not that the function here matters, but in the other one, it was in the middle of the code that you needed to read. It is not good examples. They're easy to understand for everybody. I don't think so. So I don't like it. So main is still 1 page. I think it's time to test run it. Let's just go through it quickly and see so that I didn't miss something stupid. So host, start port, and stop port are set by parse arguments. We have not changed this. We print starting port scan. We have not changed this either. But these, and it worked before. Then we have the whole new thing. Message channel, make the channel, and we have made a struct containing port is open and problem. We could call it error message instead if we wanted to, right? Or error. But error didn't want, and error didn't want, so then it became problem. Stop port minus start port. This is just to get something. Maybe we'll fix this. Then we start counting the number of ports that are open. Actually, we can move this now. So one little fix. For port, start port until it's equals to this. Or rather, while it's less than or equals to stop port. We increase by 1 step. And we start starting coroutine. Yeah. So let's actually, this starting coroutine, we should have a we should have something in here too. Received message from, I'm thinking. And it is new message port instead of port here. And let's say for instead of from. So we also have here starting coroutine for port, receive message for port. So this is close to when it's finishing here. It's just closing the connection if it managed to get it. And we could really do that first too. Let's send the messages at the very end. So the closing of the port would not take time for some reason, and that would make it like not close fully because we're closing this here, right? And this new message here. It should wait for message the same number of time it started the Go routines. So it should match. I'm kind of thinking we'll start with our example that we have. We have a running with the port open, right? Is it this one? I should close the ones we don't use. Now this is where the port is open. So it is still there. I'm quite sure we'll find it. Yeah, and here we have field problem invalid type. Alright, so it added this. Let's see what it says now. Invalid type. Why did it have parentheses there? Yeah, I don't think there's anything dot there. But again, it added this. I'm curious now. Dot tab. So it didn't do it for the port. Let's leave it there as it added it itself. And let's see what happens when we run it. So as it requires arguments, we'll need to run it manually. This is not a good example either. So 1310, we have a problem with an undefined error. So this is not a type. Let's see what the type error. Okay, so the type is error. That's why I didn't like it when I tried to type error there, right? It's just like reserved words. So maybe this is the reason for this too. Yeah, so now it didn't add it, because I thought that was funny. If that is just a string, I can see there's a difference from an int, but it's not like mega much. So let's run it again. We had an error. And obviously we have a bug because we didn't get 10 open. Oh gosh, our prints. Let's check all the printfs. They don't have the right formatting. So find printf. So that is not printf here. Oh gosh, and these could be lines. And this one needs a... Now I could type like /n. I don't know why I couldn't before. It worked, F3. It's like the Windows default. \n. No \n. So yeah, my throat is working better and better. I don't think it will die today. And here we have them at the same place almost. And this one has a \n because that one was copied. So F3. Yeah, we went through them all. So let's see now. We do have a logic error too, but we'll take one thing at a time. I should also just print all the data, but this is, you know, the status messages, what it's doing. Oh, I don't want to do that. Stop. We want the arguments, or it won't do anything. Ah, look. Error. So the one that is successful, that should have its opposite. It's reversed. So it can't print nil. So that's actually just a reverse logic. It's not that it's not working. So obviously I made a mistake there. Now there. So now we're getting the right messages. So starting go routine for all of them, and then it has received a message, and we have one open port found, which is correct. Let's actually open another one. So so I did make a copy of the Go folder to make sure that the bug was not that we were gonna get. So let's I'm like, what was the name of it? HTTP server. Right. We don't have any arguments. It will start on the same port if we don't change it in the code. So let's change the port to 6.2. Right? Save. And then we will actually run this. So I go run ht. No, not exe, go. And then it should open it on the other port. And we need to allow that. So now when we do another scan, and since we see the Go routines working, right, as they're supposed to, we can delete these debug messages. So debug messages, sending, starting Go routine, we can delete, and then receive message for port. Let's delete that. So now the code is several lines short again. That's nice. Why did I tab? Because it would be nicer to run it like that. This one too, right? Especially when I keep doing that. So arrow up. So we get the errors because we have verbose mode on. Start port is open. Nice. Yeah, it is alright. The only thing we need to fix is to just remove some of the debugger messages and remove verbose mode. Actually, just verbose, I think. So if we set verbose to false, and we run it again, I keep doing the arrow up in there, and no, didn't I save it? Save. Ah, right. I didn't do the if. Here, error. This needs to be in. If verbose. So that's what I missed. I actually clicked it where I aired up. So we found 2 open ports in that range that we have set. And that was like cheating good, you know, because if we run it on a machine that is not localhost, it will be slower. Oh my god. Oh my god, do you realize how much quicker that was? Oh my god. There, oh my god. Running the old one, it was like, you know, nmap, right? So let's do like 0 to 10,000. Actually, that's fun to see. I should also do higher numbers than are allowed. Oh god! It found them all like that. So I was thinking this, I won't have a use for this. Now I want to use it for real. We can start the Proxmox server and play with all those to scan too. But it's noisy. And we need to add options more. This is just basic. So if we now go, and I still don't remember what it was, build, right? I did remember it. Go build scan. And then we have a scan. Let's just go up here and do. We can just scan. Yeah, it is PowerShell. So I'm just worried it's too quick. So let's crash it. Let's do 70,000. See if we can crash it. And it just found another port. And it's taking longer time now. Let's do that with verbose mode. And let's do it at the prompt, right? So as I don't have a command line argument, I need to like recompile it. So let's go build. So both of these have open ports on this machine. So let's open new one. And Right. /scan, and the default is scanning these, so that's correct. And you found 3 open ports, which is, let's see, which is also correct within these first 100 addresses. And what will happen now if we give it, well, let's do H first, right? Right, I didn't have that. I was going to switch to flags and then I didn't. So it just ignores it because it's now they can't be converted, and then it just runs the default argument. So 192.100 so 61 is this computer. And let's do 0 to 100,000, which doesn't exist, right? Let's actually do 66,000, right? That's enough. So it refused. Let's see the numbers here. So as we're getting them in a different order, but we were getting the messages. This is what I was thinking. Will we? So I can't shift the page up, which is very annoying. So I now want to hop to Linux. So how far does it go, really? 49.50. No, it's just scrolled out of screen. Okay, let's do tinier amounts. Let's do so 20,000. Here we notice that we actually got 14 open ports. Right, so what I want now is for it to actually... Now, we need an option for verbose. I'm going crazy. I can't recompile it because of that. So... Right, if I run it with the exe, it will not go verbose. That's what I can do. It is the same code, it is just... If we go this instead, and we do go run, and we do the same thing without verbose. And that failed because of what? It's still doing verbose. Let's set it to false, of course. No. This sounds odd to me. I want more information. It's not like they're crazy odd. It's a Windows machine, you know? And the 4567 and 4562, these are the two ones we have opened ourselves. Yeah, it's probably right. You know, 4 and 5. They're not sorted though. Let's make a report of the findings at the end here. We'll have to do more stuff. This is just so quick, so I'm like, this is not normal. It can't be this quick. This is impossible. It's so quick. It can't be right, you know? So let's do 70,000 again, right? I think that it will just not do the ones which are too high. Yes, we're still getting 14 because there's nothing there. So let's now just scan a little bit of it. Let's scan from 4,000 to 6,000. Very consistent. It's not like it's a glitch that these happen to be. So let's go 10,000 to on one now to 20,000 because I remember we had a hit there right before on 10,001. So yeah, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I'm just shocked. So now we're going to do the other one, right? Let's decrease the number of ports to 60 and 10, right? So we're doing 10 ports. So something didn't work very well. Oh, I opened the file because it didn't switch to exe. Very, very logical. So now I get 10 of the fails. And I just want to see what happens if we do. So I keep forgetting the exact number. It's not hard, I know. It's just it's easier to cheat. Oh, I minimized it. That code. Let's see here. So I check here so we don't go out over this. So 65, 530 to 40. So how will the error messages differ? You see, we actually get correct answers here too. It's just that we get an invalid port on them. It's perfect, it works. And I was thinking, why does this work? Because it's an error, it's just a different error, right? So we don't even have to handle that differently for now. It's just too good. It's not possible to be this good. Ah, so now I want to do a box and see how quick it can be on finding stuff and if it's correct, you know, compare it to Nmap. But let's just build on it. This just tries to make a connection. That's all it does. We have not even researched the function in depth, so yeah, I'm like in shock. The speed it scanned my whole machine. So let's go back to the Go one so we don't get all the error messages. So one, oh gosh, I forgot. Go run. That was when I was failing to change to exe. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds, and it scanned the whole range on my local machine. Let's do it on the server here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 seconds. And if we do, of course, the 127 localhost, yeah, that's pretty of me to do spaces instead. So 1, 2, 3. So it's almost the same, but it's a little bit quicker. It was before, you know, at least. So what I was worried about before was that let's do a high part. Let's use a high part. So we're going to go back to this.
Motion0D says, "Hello, how are you doing so far?"
I'm amazed at the speed. Scanning a 65,000 port in 10 seconds. I'm like, this can't be right. Something must be wrong. So we're going to see if we can debug it, right? And currently I have this open and I can set any port here to have a port open. So let's do 50,000, right? And we run this. And it will run here. Sharing, having this port open, listening for HTTP here. And now we're gonna run it again on my machine. So how long will this take? Will it find this higher port? Nah, so it didn't. Because I was afraid it only goes to 15,000 or something. So what if we scan from 60,000?
Skew Invariant says, "Hi, thanks for being here, first time watcher. That Go tool seems to be a lot faster than Nmap."
Yeah, but it seems like it doesn't find this thing, right? So I did 50,000. Okay, of course it doesn't find it with that. So let's do 45,000 to 55,000. Will it find it now? So now it found several ports. Yeah, I don't think this is right. It might be though. So this is a Windows machine, you know, but it's still very odd. Let's do them 10,000 at a time from the start and see what we can find. I think it like overflows somewhere and it can't create 65,000 Go routines at the same time, right? That's what I think. And I don't have to care because what happens when it overflows? We just get this error message and it will not be found as an OK port. So that works, at least. So I can do this and see if we find something. And then we'll split it up. So let's do now. I'm starting up from the top because that's easiest. So no ports in that scope. So let's do 6,000, 5,000. So if these were right, we should get to 5,000 at least. And then the 49s we should find if we do this. We should also find the 50,000 again that I just opened. And I can imagine these are Windows ones, right? But I think that, oh, so let's do 4 and 3. I don't know why I did 1. Hopped. So no ports in that scope. I think it did like 15,000. Okay, and then it's like not doing it correctly. 3, 2. This is my first Go program. And then we go 10,000. Well, we can do 0 there. And then we'll find all the ports in the start. And the 2 of these we have open in these windows here. So we have 4562 and 4567. Those are from our own, keeping them open. So 4567 and the 62 here. And this time it was almost in number order 2, which it wasn't before. So how good is it? And what doesn't work, right? So let's actually throw the code into ChatGPT and ask it how to fix the failure, which does occur. So this code, let's expand it to functions that are like shrunk together. Come on, expand. I don't know if copy works good otherwise.
Motiong0D says, I can see you have a lot of experience. I have like networking and security experience but not programming/coding, which I would like to start. Do you have a realistic way to learn? Do you think doing regular apps is helpful, or should I create something new?
Yeah, so the way I did now when starting to learn Go was I went to this site and I browsed through the first pages of this to get the basic how ifs work and stuff. I think it's learn here. No? Whatever. We don't want to install it. Why would I get that if I click learn? Here's a tour. Yeah, so it's there. So I just did like 20 of these pages to get how the main syntax is. But since I've been programming other languages, you know, not more than 20, I can see that they're not going very quickly. So anyway, at least until I got like, oh my god, this is not perfect. Let's just make a project and do something. So if you have never programmed before, I would recommend Python as the first language, and it's very easy. And you probably did it already if you do cybersecurity stuff, right? And I have programmed since I was little, but I've never used Go before. Before 2 days ago, then, because then we looked a little at this, and yesterday I started with doing this. In the slow speed because I'm a bit sick.
Yeah, some Python, but never like low level, so it's kind of hard to know what to do or which projects that will add value, right?
Yes, I think if you're learning what project you're doing, I mean, I'm not going to replace Nmap. It's at least that's what I thought. If this seems to be working well, we'll see. So I think you should focus not on what is useful for you, but what's what you can learn from. So if we go to my GitHub, I have a tiny project on there that I made. Let's see, where can I see all of them? This is always an annoying thing, right? I can go here and repos. So I have let's see, where is it? This was my first Python script. So September 23. So I just made a script that did all the things of here. So, and I used colors and stuff, and this takes so much space in the code because I was playing around. It wasn't really for having something useful. It was just for playing around and finding all the different cron tab places. And it also uses a list that you can add stuff to here if you find another place where you have cron tab paths. So this was my first Python script. So you can just make anything, and this was mostly playing with colors. And then there are very simple functions that just a little file IO, a little try to run stuff, opening the file, yeah, going through the lines. I don't remember it really. That's but though recently I did another one. So I put a repo hacking tools. So if I do other stuff, so this one makes a buffer overflow string, I guess you should say, for a SUID. Buffer overflow generator is what it's called. So it is quite short. Well, okay, it is. Anyway, I didn't even make functions. It's just running through. The sections are separated with these to make it easy readable for someone who don't know programming. So it's supposed to be easy to read this. It starts with printing what we're doing and then like doing stuff and trying to use readable names and things. But if you want to learn something, you're very welcome to ask questions if there's something I know. Maybe you know something to teach me, and that's how this channel works. We learn together stuff. So and this is using Pwn tools, so it's not very complicated.
Got it. There is no perfect or best project to follow, as just getting hands on as much as I can.
Yeah,
I really appreciate your recommendations.
So just do anything that feels like it's interesting to do. So if it's just opening a file, just make some basic examples first to do those. And also let's go back to that. And let's go to notes. Because I've got my notes up here, and I synced them like last week, so they're not mega new. But on programming here, on Python, I have basic examples. They're not pretty, they're just like testing stuff. I'm going to make a course of it. So these are newer, but here we can see like, well, example test. I guess this was, oh well, it will download some files there. Yeah, that's annoying. So maybe that's not nice of this. But anyway, if we look at these same files here, because this is where they are. Python, of course. So if we look at operators, for example, there, then I just have simple, this is how it looks like, you know? With a few explanations in some places. How not works, how imports work, and that's another one. Import and imports. Okay. When getting paths for things, let's say file IO, basic things on that. So instead of having complicated data types, it's not, most of them are not very long, some are longer. I'm looking for, like, let's go variables. Don't I have variables? Time zones. Another simple example on GitHub, by the way. They have a weather here in Sweden. I use an app from YR, which is Norwegian thingy. Last year. That long ago. Yeah, well, last year is not that long ago, I guess. So this just sends a request and they grab some JSON data from there and outputs what weather it's supposed to be in text. So this is a very simple and maybe good for hacker people to you know, access an API. And this one requires you to give your site name as this, because otherwise it will not answer. So, and then there's YouTube, right? So I have a lot of things there. By the way, let's actually look at this dude's example of...
New follower Motiong0D. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So I had up this dude that showed me how to do the Go routines, multitasking. He had also other videos. So one of them was port scanning. So now I'm curious to see what he did.
From Tutorial Edge.
So
Also
I'm
this
gonna
with
like hop
port.
bits here.
You then want to try and connect to that address. So connection or error is equal to net true. So basically what this says is if the connection isn't...
So he's using dial timeout. Yeah, so I stopped using timeout and only do dial. And it's not slow really, right? So at first it looked slower, but I didn't get all responses when I had a short timeout. So we could put a long timeout like he has with 60 seconds. So they use this all the time in Go, 60 times time.seconds. So that's a very readable way of doing it. So he's not done a lot here, I see. So probably he will have like a link to where he has his code. Text tutorial. Because he had it for the other one. So this wasn't much. So it's just a video or table of contents. scanning a port in Go. Did something happen? Is this just buggy?
Motiong0D says, I've seen that the best approach is to, for example, look for what you want to do, because I tried reading books and stuff, they are very in-depth and it shows stuff you'll never use, for example.
Yeah, so you can get lost if you try and learn like everything about the programming language, for example, you know. Then you would just couldn't read all of that. It's like my kids trying to watch all the YouTube videos on a topic, like Backrooms or Five Nights at Freddy's or something, and they're trying to see all the videos. Then they have like 2 full-time jobs at least, right? Or maybe 5 lifetimes. So you have to decide what to focus on. And of course, interest is one thing, but I'm like interested in most things, so it's hard to decide on that. Yeah, this is the one I was on before because that's where we got the web thingy. Right, here was part 2 of that. And here is the test. Oh, look. Maybe we can find this stuff here. So we have Go OAuth there too. Yeah, but I like opened a lot of videos and I was like, no, if I like watch these now, I have to select one thing and do it, you know. So I feel like the next step is we were just going to copy this into ChatGPT and see, say like, I don't think it's scanning all addresses. Why? Let's do that. So let's grab a new one. I think I had one up here. There. So let's take a new window in here. I don't think this scans all ports, but stops somewhere after under 20,000. Any tips? Why? I'm thinking we might just be running out of memory or whatever, you know? It might need some kind of stop on how many concurrent things we do. But let's ask it and see if it gives us a nice help. Stop scanning before reaching due to an issue in parse arguments. Okay. The stop port value was incorrectly calculated where stop port still holds its default value 100. So let's see. So it's not that few that I know. This is if we couldn't read it. Let's read the code. So actually we can just see in the output because the values that we get from there are the ones that we see here. So it's just wrong. It's just wrong. because this is if we can't convert the value. I hope it doesn't build it all on that. Let's see, additionally. So now the port numbers are correct. That line is only run if we can't read an int value from the command line. So yeah, so this is what I'm thinking. Limitations in this. You're launching a guarding per port, which can overwhelm system resources or hit file description limit. Yeah, we need to do something smarter to like reuse them or something. Unbuffered channel blocking. You're using a buffered channel, so size 2. Still block. Yeah, so the size of this is also, if we have 65,000, we're actually making a buffer of 65,000 of this struct, right? So it's quite a lot. Connecting timeouts. So I wanted more concrete suggestions here. Yeah, I don't think the timeouts are the problem. I think it's in this bit. Limit go routines. Yeah, worker pool. So I had a video on worker pools. We'll need to do something like that. 2,000. Yeah, I think 10,000 works too. This limits the buffer. For port, start port, stop port, semaphore struct. Okay, so semaphore is this, but why the struct? Because that's how that's like my struct, it means. Odd way. I don't get why they do that. Go funk. Oh, yeah. So here they're like declaring it in the middle of here. Scan port host pdiff semaphore. That's odd. Now let's just read how to do it in somewhere else where it's actually human that's written it. So I had a video up on that. One of these from the same dude that made this has weight groups. So let's check this one out. I know it's a video and I usually don't watch videos.
Hi everyone, it's Elliot from TutorialEdge.net, and in this tutorial we're going to be looking at how you can use weight groups within your concurrent Golang applications. Now, if you're just starting your journey about learning Go and how to implement highly concurrent, highly performant applications, then an understanding of weight groups can be quite vital. Now, in this tutorial we're going to be covering the following concepts. Now, we're going to be covering what weight groups are and when we should use them. We're then going to look at like a simple example of working with weight groups, and then we're going to look at a more real-world example of where you would use weight groups. Now, this should hopefully give you all the confidence you need to go ahead and use weight groups within your own applications. Okay, so let's dive straight in and look at what a weight group is and what problem it solves for us. Now, when you start writing applications in Go that leverage Go routines, you start hitting scenarios where you might need to block the execution of certain parts of your code base until these Go routines have successfully executed. Now, let's jump into my editor on the left-hand side of my screen here, and we're going to create a new function called Go or func my. Nice and simple. And within this function, we're going to do time.sleep.
So just thought of something I can do it myself.
And this is effectively to simulate our function doing some work or processing some work that takes a bit of time. Now, just below this, we're going to do format.println, and we're going to state executing Go routine or finished executing Go routine like so. Now, within our main function, we're going to want to create this new Go routine, so Go, and the name of our function, which is myfunc. And just below this, we are going to do a format.println and finished executing my Go program. And this should hopefully highlight some of the issues that we're facing here. Now, if we come into the terminal at the bottom of my screen here and try and run this program, go run main.go, you should see that the first format.println statement is successfully printed out to the console, and as is the final Go format println statement. Now, we haven't actually been able to see the output of this format.println statement from our Go routine here, and that's because our main function has terminated before our Go routine has had a chance to execute or finish execution. Now, this is where wait groups come to the rescue. Now, a wait group can effectively act as a counter. Now, say we had 3 different tasks. We could set that counter to equal 3, so I'm going to change the color here. So counter is 3. Now, whenever a task is executed, we could then say, okay, set the counter to 2, set the counter to 1, and set the counter to 0, and it's only when that counter within our wait group hits 0 that our program will continue execution. Now, let's see how we would do that automatically in the left-hand side of our screen here. So just in our main function, just below our print line here, I'm going to create a new wait group. I'm going to call var wg for wait group, and it's the sync package.wait group. Now, as we're executing only one task or one Go routine, I'm going to call wait group.add and 1, and I'm going to add this wait group as a parameter to our function here. So wait group sync.wait group, and then I can say at the end of my function that I have completed my task rather, and I will call wait group.done. And then the final piece of the puzzle is to call waitgroup.wait just below our functions to make sure that our main function does not continue past this point until our internal counter has hit 0. And the reason my editor is complaining is because this has to be a pointer and not a value. And finally, we should be good to go. So when I run this, I expect to see this format.println statement. It'll then trigger my Go routine, which will sleep for a second before printing this format.println statement, and then calling waitgroup.done. So at this point, the counter should be 0. So blocks until 0. And after this point, it will say, okay, format.println finished executing my program.
We don't have a problem with this really. Our problem is that we're running too many things at the same time.
And we then see finish executing my
65,000.
So everything working as we expect now, and we've gotten past that issue of our main function executing before our Go routine has had a chance to complete its own execution. Cool, so that's a really simple example of how we can use wait groups within our Go applications. Now, the next thing we're going to look at is a real world example.
Will there be something new?
And this real world example is just going to be a nice and simple REST API that goes away and checks the status of different URLs. So I'm going to have URL like google.com, Twitter, and maybe Tutorial Edge. And I could do loads more. Now, for every user that comes in to check the status of these websites, so they're going to be doing a HTTP GET to this path. That is going to create a Go routine just based off the nature of the net HTTP package. Now, in each of these Go routines, I'm going to want to create subsequent Go routines that go away and concurrently check to see whether or not these endpoints or these websites are healthy. Now, once all of these Go routines return, I'm then going to want to return the aggregated status of these websites back to my user. Okay, so let's start off by cleaning out some of this old code that we don't need. So I'm going to delete all that. I'm going to delete the myfunc function, and I'm going to create a list of URLs and an array of URLs. So array type string. First one's going to be https:/google.com, and the next one's going to be https:/tutorials.net /twitter.com. Now, the next thing I want to do is to set up my simple REST API. So I'm going to do http.handlefunc, and it's going to be a base path, and I'm going to want to create a fetch status function. Now, just below this, I'm going to do log.fatal and http.listen and serve. And the first argument is going to be the phone number, so in this case 4880, and the second argument is going to be null, like so.
This is how ours work.
So fetch status, and it's going to take in a response writer, so http.response writer, and it's going to take in a pointer to the HTTP request, like so. Now within this, I'm going to want to iterate over all of the URLs within my range of URLs, like so. And I'm going to create a Go routine that's going to go away and fetch to see whether or not the status of that URL is good or not. So go func, this is going to take in a URL type string, and it's going to do response or error equals http.get and the URL, and if there's an error, or if the error doesn't equal nil, then I'm going to do fmt.f printf right to the response writer, and I'm going to say %+v/n, and the
I should stop watching this video.
Printf w, and again,
this is interesting maybe some other time. But not now, because what we have 2 loops. We go through all of them, and then we grab all the responses, and this is not smart, right? We should have let's minimize this thing again. Print results. So here we have the logic of it. So what I'm doing here is I have one loop that starts it all, and one loop that does it all, reads all the responses. And this is not very smart. When you get, it's okay for 100, for 1,000, apparently for 15,000 too, but then it kind of like breaks. We don't get an error though, which is what I would have expected it to say. It's like, oh well, you can't do 65,000 laps in this one, starting 65,000 scan port functions in Go routines. But that's what we're doing. So we could just build something smart that runs 5,000, waits for 5,000, you know? And that would work, but let's find a better way of doing that, right? I could just fix it myself, but I want to learn how the Go way is, and not just hack it. What was this, dude? Was it also a simple one?
We need to make sure that we have a blocker here. So this wg.wait is actually a blocker. So what this is going to do is this is going to keep a block right here. So it's going to block.
Let's maybe we should go back to ChatGPT actually. because I don't know what it's called, right? Give me an example of a simple Go program that uses Go routines to run 10,000 similar tasks 500 at once. As soon as one finishes, it will start another. Messages are sent from the Go routine function when it is finished. What do you think? So it uses a worker pool pattern with channels. Yeah, that's what the messages are, to manage concurrency. Explanation: a task channel is used to send work to Go routines. Yeah, so task channel, this is what we need. And I didn't have the words, right? And that it was called worker pool pattern. This is what ChatGPT is great at. We don't know what to search for. A weight group, sync weight group. And this is a complete, yeah. So now, if we're really want to make sure it's a good double check, of course, but I don't want to complicate it if we don't have to. So total task, concurrent tasks, func worker, ID, and that will be the port, right? Tasks, results, work group. So we already have this bit. We have this bit. Defer VG done. Defer means that it puts something on the stack and do these when all the other stuff is finished, as far as I understood it. So wouldn't this do the same thing then? But it's within this scope, I guess. So when this is finished, it will do this. For the task ID, no, task ID is a new variable we set equal to range tasks. And that is working how? Simulate work, time sleep 10 times 10 milliseconds. So yeah, this is simulate work. I don't like sleeps, but this is just to simulate it actually doing something. Results. Yeah, so this is a queue where the message is sending back. Worker D completed task. ID task ID. Main. Make a new variable tasks. Now that is a channel, and the result that is a channel. Concurrency. Oh, so 500 Okay. All right. Yeah. So if I had put mine at a lower number, it would have given an error probably. So let's run this again. And I still think the light one is the one that's selected. So here we have our buffer size. Change later. So let's just comment it already here. And let's just do 500 here. I'm assuming we will get an error message here. We're running the server here, but we can still use this, for example. Let's save that and let's hop to that maybe? No? Here. So if we run this now, it just did it still. So I thought also now that maybe I split this apart. I could do this manually if I wanted to. Just have this start when this one had already gone the number of steps we wanted to start with, you know. I could put this out and just have a counter number instead, and increasing port every time, and have a stop port plus 500 to make the first 500 just be starts and the last 500 be only stops. And that would solve all the problems we have. But that would not be the go away. But it would be very easy. Yeah, let's do the go away. I think I need something in my throat. My tea is very cold by now. I'm gonna send a message to my hubby. Just a sec. So we used to do pizza every other week, and the other ones we would do like Thai food or something. But the Thai food place, it went so bad. So So if I stop streaming now, I would still continue this, right? Yes, love. Hur är läget? Vill du ha Grandiospizza kanske? Många saker. Korv. Nej, det har jag inte. Jag tror inte det är så tasty heller. Nej, jag tror inte vi har någon smutsig mat överhuvudtaget. Vill du ha Grandiosa-pizza? Stekta korvar, stekta ägg, runda ägg. Mackor. Lasagne. Det finns blodpudding. Fast vi kan inte göra det kanske just nu. Men om en stund skulle jag kunna göra det. Det finns det säkert. Jag tänker just nu kanske mest Grandiosa eller mackor. Nej, inte just nu. Jag kan göra det lite senare. Okej. Du menar 2x2 pizzas? 2x2 pizzas. Okej. Jag ska koka på den. Tänker du sova ganska tidigt hemma eller? Så du inte blir jättesen imorgon? Jag menar det. Okej. Tack gillar. So I'm just gonna put the pizza in the oven. So, I've got a timer on a frozen pizza. So he doesn't like the pizzeria pizza as much. So my throat is not very good. And I've been talking for 5 hours, right? Uh-huh. Yeah.
I have to go. It was a pleasure meeting you. I will be around.
Yeah.
Do you have any schedule or could be random? I will keep an eye on your recommendations and your kit.
Yeah, it's a bit random, but my schedule kind of says Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, about 1 my time, 13. But I usually, when I'm not sick, I do like IRL streams too with on Mondays and Wednesdays. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And Thursdays now, my kid starts. We're trying to get him to go to school at 30. That's what I'm doing Mondays and Wednesdays. So driving him to school at the same time. That's why I can't stream. Yeah, we'll see. So you're welcome in whenever. By the way, do you know about this site? Infos Extremes. So you can see that I'm online here. Sometimes you can't. And what I said ooh about just now is that it said hack the bug zone, but they're not. So sometimes it's glitchy and sometimes it says you're not
so
on
again,
when you're
for
on.
people who are just
But that's
rolling in,
let's I'll check that stream. So that's one way to see if hopefully it's been like a bit glitchy, but it usually works. So welcome back and have a great day and have a great weekend. So I promised my kids not to stream during the weekends. So
perfect. I will keep an eye out for sure. Thanks again and have a great rest of your day and weekend.
You too. My hobby's full. Thank you, Ben. So, where's the beep? Oh, it's 3 minutes left on the timer. I'm like, is the pizza burnt now? Because I'm going to call and order pizza for the rest of the family. And then I was like, yeah. So, 3 minutes on this. I'm going to go and check it actually, and check what pizza my other kid wants. Then we'll see. I'll leave it there. Linnesbebär. Oops, vad vill du ha för pizza?
The usual?
Same. Då beställer jag det. Jag pratar med pappa precis.
Okay.
Nej, Linus, det gör ont.
Okay. Let's get him on. What, you gonna have Coca-Cola too? Or no?
Ska jag ta det?
I don't like it.
Okay, I can accept.
But I don't.
So, the pizza is not done. So let's order first. Let's see here. So, pizzeria. Do I want something else than usual? Like 2 weeks ago, I had a kebab roll. Pizza is very easy to eat, though. You don't get food all over your face. Ah. Hej, jag skulle vilja beställa en capricciosa, en kebabpizza utan grönsaker och en quattro. Yes, ta en cola också tack. Zero. Jo, pizzabröd förresten. Och så hemkörning. Tack, hej. So, I think it was in a hurry. It's like, yeah, I know your order. You keep saying stuff that I already know. There. So I'm kind of thinking that I need to switch themes, right? So I'm thinking hardware. I'm going to actually take a bio break, and then I'm going to check on the pizza, and then I'm thinking we'll do something hardware maybe. I'll think of what, and I'll leave this here. Should we do hardware hacking? Should we build something? Should we play with ESPs? Arduinos? The lights from the LEDs. Well, there's also tracking the box stuff. But when I do tracking, I read a lot loud, and my throat isn't good. I don't know. No, don't know. What you think? So this pops up at 19 every day. So I'm not logged in. That's funny. I feel like everybody keeps logging log me out more lately. Right, we also have this. We switched to this cyber defense policy is disappearing. So I could TTS stuff. We could go through it a bit quickly. So if we go to learn, pause, and we're doing offensive pen testing right now. But I kind of, as this one say, will be decommissioned. Now we have a date, April 2nd. No, they didn't used to have a date. Now it's a date. Oh, so now we can like plan. So we have less than 2 weeks to finish this path. Cyber defense sounds kind of cool, right? Let's do cyber defense, right? But let's finish the cyber defense one, and I will TTS stuff, and I will not start with this one. I will go for these, and we'll try to do it like we did with the Cybersecurity 101. It might be easy stuff, and there might be totally new stuff, like I haven't used the blue team stuff lots. So now I'm curious. This is not a network, no. It was one of the rooms we were already doing. Oh, it hopped back to the top. So I haven't done like almost anything of this, and I'm assuming it's all old rooms. And I do definitely want to look into more into reverse engineering, malware, how else to build it. Yeah, so we want all the sites, all the things, all the knowledge. Can we do this in less than 2 weeks? It shouldn't be a problem, but I might not stream all of it. So let's start with these. I've actually been using these rooms to keep the streak up because someone got me into keeping the streak up to 16 under there. See if I can see the preview there. So 16. Let's do these. We can start wherever. I'm assuming they're labs. And that they're all walkthrough mode. No, here, this one is a box. Oh, my hubby got home. 3 boxes for, well, they might not be, even though they say they are. So we're going to continue with the Go too, but for now I'm gonna switch to Cyber defense. Cyber defense, air track. And I'm gonna switch category on Twitch. I don't know if it's worth it messing with. Science. Technology. That's a YouTube name of streaming. It's so messy to do. I'll be right back. I will grab some new tea and I will check my kid's pizza. That just beeped on the second. Hej gubben. Det var länge sedan vi pratade. Jag har börjat streama lite men min hals är jättedålig så jag vet inte om jag ska sluta kanske. Ja, jag hör inte. Om du pratar med mig. Lavons pizza pet precis. Vi ser. Det där blir nog bra. Jag lagt mer tid och mer tid och mer tid. Right. It's not feeling alive. Simon. Very good. That's hot water. Just come in. I think I put these all down there already. So I think that I will take a break and that I will start streaming in a bit again because we're gonna read John Hammond because it was long since he was on and I want to see what he's doing. So I will be on again later, maybe lost later. It's just Friday night. Yeah. Sorry. So I kind of plan to stay on, but my throat is really painful right now. So this is kind of lots of things adding up. So let's read. And we'll see. So I will be back. I don't know if he goes for an hour or two. Maybe that's enough break for my throat to rest a bit. Because yeah, I was thinking, yeah, so this doesn't really help with the pain, does it? The tea with honey now? We'll see. And milk. So bye bye everybody and see you later, hopefully.
Target, and I think within 5 minutes I'd found the vulnerability. And then I was like, hey, I think I found something. And everyone in the room was like, what?